looks good. I am not going to record this, or I'm not going to save the recording of this. All right, let me go ahead and pull out the chat. That is not what I want. Give me the streaming dashboard, please. Also, I should probably do this. I should probably go ahead and make sure this works. It does. All right, now give me the dashboard. Here we go. That's what I want. Put this in the stream archive. There we go. Share, copy. Excuse me. All right, that's sent out. Cool. We should be ready to go. Hello everyone. Welcome back to another stream where today I'm working on a video game. I'm making a game for the GMTK Gamejam for this year, which is starting. It started at 1 p.m. today, and I've already done a little bit of work on it before dinner, and then it's going to be ending 1 p.m. Sunday. So we got about 3.5 days of this. Um, the theme for this jam is loops, which could be time loops. It could be like gameplay loops. There's a few ideas. The idea that I'm going with is tesseracts, specifically the idea of being able to loop around a tesseract. The best way I can describe it is like this. If I have a cube, give me a cube. Paint. Is there no cube option in the shapes? Of course not. I wouldn't expect anything less. So if I have a cube, like this, you can sort of imagine this prospect as you have a character who's on, or I guess a character on this face, let's say. So you have a character here, and he can run across here, down this side of this cube, there. He can run across the back face, and then he'll eventually come back to where he started. Um, it's essentially that, except instead of using two-dimensional faces of a cube, it's the 8 cubes that make up a tesseract. So now, if you have a cube, this cube is attached to 6 other cubes, and now you have a 3D character who's inside of here, and he can go out of this cube into the next cube, and eventually he'll come back to where he is. This can also be done with like going down the cube. He'll be able to eventually come back through the top. So that's the basic idea of this. Right now I have a player, and right now I'm working on making, here, let me go ahead and show off what I've done so far. Should be okay. Maybe I have to build it first. So far I've made the player character, and right now I'm working on a tweener. That's the first thing I want to make on stream. So yeah, this is your player. He can jump. Pretty simple platformer. He goes ahead and he looks the direction you're going, which, yes, was more annoying than you would expect. So you can imagine he'll be able to walk this way and he'll enter a second cube. I've also implemented some basic camera controls, kind of. You can swap between 4 perspectives. It's an orthographic camera because I think that'll look good with the style that I'm going for, which is going to be relatively minimalist, but I think it'll work. I have noticed some clipping issues with specifically like if you hit this corner of this piece of geometry, but I think I fixed that with my collider. Did I ever actually send the thing in Discord? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. So yeah, that is what I'm doing right now. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm making a tweener just so I can make animations really fast. So for process, or actually first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say public static tween. Can I just call tween? Can I literally, is there already tweens already built in? Wow, there already is some support, but mine's going to have very specific use cases. Public static, this is going to be void tween object. All right. I mean, I feel like I gotta try it now. I want to see how it works. Because if it just works, then there's no reason for me to do this. All right, so this is translating a message. I mean, I feel like this would be very useful. Let me give it a shot. I need a let me look up how to tween a basic object. If this if this actually works, I might not actually have to make a tweener, which would be really nice. Fun fact, I actually don't want to have to make another tweener. Oh, also, I should probably actually start some music because it is silence. The soundtrack of the day is Paper Mario Color Splash. Mostly because right before dinner, while I was working on this, I was listening to Sticker Star. You see, I only listen to good video game music. I mean, do I have to worry about this going out of scope? I mean, I should probably make this its own thing. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do this. I'll say tween camera position tween. New tween. And then tween. Wait, actually, I think it said that there was multiple. Yeah, I can tween property. Okay. So I actually only need one tweener. Um, I guess I'll just have it be private. I'll have each class make its own tweener. That's dumb. I should have a central game manager. I think I'm going to delete this. Delete this node. I don't need it. But I will make a game manager node. And I will save, and then I will rename tweener to game manager. I don't really want to delete my tweener script in case this doesn't work. So I'll go ahead and leave this. But I am going to make a new script for this. All right. Correct. I have never played a bad video game. I only play good video games like Paper Mario Sticker Star. I feel like the music is too loud. Actually, let me go ahead and decrease it on my end. So it's a little bit less blaring in my ear. Also, welcome to the stream, Jake L. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. So you have a game manager. Game manager is going to do a few things. Mostly it's just going to expose stuff like public, static, tweener. Tweener. Or, no, I don't need it. I don't need a tweener. I need a tween. Why, hello there, Derpy Sheep. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, we'll just have a public tween here. We should probably also have a public static reference to the player, but no, that's going to be inside of the player class. So for right now, this is just this. So yeah, let's go ahead and go up here. No, we need to go down here. And now we're going to say camera. Or actually, we don't even need to do that. Anyways, add a Peach reference when... No, this isn't a Mario game. I'm not adding a Peach reference. Let me see. So how do they use tween? They use... So I'll use game manager dot tween dot tween property. I should be able to use just camera, right? Camera, and then I can go ahead and call the property, which I'm guessing would be rotation or translation or position. And then I have the final value, which in this case is going to be camera target position. And I don't know how long this should take. Let's say 1 second for right now. Just as a default value, I want to see if this actually does what it says it's going to do. So the first question is, does it crash? Does it get upset with me for all that I've done? It would appear that it did not in fact like that. Godot tween cannot be created directly. Use create tween method. Really? Why have a constructor if the constructor doesn't construct the thing? Why? Said use to create tween op. Was it lying again? Were you a liar again? Or it's probably tween.create tween. No. Alright, why does it not like this? Why is it upset? Why are you so mad? It's getTree.create tween. I'm guessing it can't do it because it's static. So we'll go ahead and just set it to null for now. Go ahead and do that. Make it a nullable. Why are you upset? Oh, because of that. Yeah, that'll do it. Needs to be a tween nullable. Huh? Oh, because I don't have a variable name. And then here, we're going to go ahead and do a public void, or no, we need to do override first. Override. Right here, we need to do a void ready. And here we're going to say tween equals tree get tween. What's the method that I need to use? I need to use tree get tree create tween. I'm guessing this is a nullable class, so I don't need to say it's explicitly nullable. All right. Build you. What? I just built it. I literally just built it. See, build started. Oh, build failed. Ah, that'll do it. Yes. Why is it angry at me? Game manager tween. It's because it's not static. I need it to be a public static tween. Tween equals null. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and throw in our game manager. Here he is. I'm assuming this might actually... No, it'll still... Wait, what? Started with no tweeners. What do you mean started with no tweeners? I don't know. Alright, does it work? It does not. Why is it upset? No position, probably. Alright, why is this mad at me? Tween invalid. I have So I'm guessing it's because position isn't a real term. It's gotta be dumb like that. If we go here to player, rigid body, or no, we want to look at the camera. Camera. Copy property path. Maybe this is what I need. It's lowercase, so that's a good sign that that was my issue. Nope, it is still upset. Why are you still upset? Alright, so why is this upset? Native calls, native calls, native calls. N int. So not an int? I don't know what an int is. Oh. Wait, what? Alright, why is it upset? This should actually be right. Like, they have an example with scale here. This is a camera node. Yeah, this is a camera 3D node. It's tween.tween property. Should be Godot object, which is camera. Node path property, which is position. Then it should be the final value, which is camera target position, which is a vector free. And yes, this is a Godot camera free. See, it's a Godot vector free. And then I have the time as a float. But the example uses a float, so that should be fine. All right, so this is pretty much exactly what the example has. All right, this is basically exactly what the example that Godot has. Let's see if this works. It should. Please work. I guess I won't actually be able to tell because it's a camera. No, not found. How it's not found? It's literally right here. I don't know. Oh, get node probably only gets a node there. Yeah, that's probably it. All right, let's see if that works. I think this has a pretty high chance of actually working. Okay. It kind of worked. Actually, I do think that actually did work. That is exactly what I should expect. Because the camera is orthogonal. So I'm pretty sure the issue is that I can't use like a game manager to have just a standard just tween to use. Which is really annoying. You know, maybe it doesn't like it being static or something. I don't know. Either way, I don't really care. Doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm also just going to go ahead and straight up comment all this out. All right, cool. So here we should be able to tween this to the position I want. Let's go ahead and add in a variable here for how long that should take. Also, welcome to the stream, Anami. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. What is the XP system on YouTube? Also, it seems like there might be a Kappa 2.0 situation on YouTube. Oh boy, more Kappa. That sucks if it's going to be more Kappa stuff. I mean, I don't really think it'll affect me, but that is annoying. AI age verification, apparently. Oh boy. I mean, it. From what I've heard, a lot of the internet's gone downhill, considering now that, you know, they're starting to implement Real ID. I am a huge distruster of Real ID because I think today it's going to be NSFW stuff. Tomorrow it will be, you know, you disagree with the political norm. All right, you're no longer allowed to use basic utilities. Because I think the internet is a basic utility. And I think it's bad what's been happening recently. Also, welcome to the stream, Mario Forest Studios. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Yes, I am streaming again because I am making a video game. And I'll be streaming hopefully tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday as well. All right, so let's go ahead. This should be in the player. If we go here, it'll give us our camera transition time. Let's say maybe 2 seconds right now. 1 second might be enough, but I'm worried it might look a little jarring. Real ID, my beloved, it isn't. You know, one cool idea that I thought of for a project that I think would be really funny is a calendar or a progress bar or a whole bunch of progress bars on all the dystopias in fiction. You know, you got 1984, you got Fahrenheit 451, and you have all these dystopias, and the progress bar shows how far we are from where it was written, not to where the book takes place, but how far society is to that dystopia. So, you know, oh, this book gets banned. You're not allowed to read this book anymore. You're not allowed to bring it to school. All right. Move the progress bar up a little bit. I wonder which one we would hit first. Probably Idiocracy. I love needing to use ID to access the internet. It's so fun. It sure is great. So we are going to be going to camera target position. And then we should just be able to, well, first of all, let's go ahead and make sure this works because it's tweening. 1984 is 41 years away. Yeah, but we're not in such a dystopia as 1984 yet. So yeah, it's working pretty well. Okay, it's actually handling that really well. It's able to basically cancel the tween. I'm not going to judge the speed yet because we aren't rotating it yet. So we'll go ahead and do that next. Tween property, on camera, rotation, to camera target rotation, and camera transition time again. Yeah, now let's see how that looks. Ah, I see. So it seems that it can only do one tween at a time. Actually, let's see if there's a way to do it simultaneously. These are I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. Base plate coast spin, yes. It is very fast. Alright, cool. Let's see how Godot likes that one. Hopefully it works. Please work. Ah. I see. I, in fact, do not see, by the way. That is a lie. I mean, I don't get why it's having such difficulty. So I'm guessing the reason it's spinning out like that is because it just doesn't like rotating. Um, Actually, there's a very easy way to do this. I'm being dumb. There's a very easy way to do this. It's an incredibly easy way, and I'm being really dumb by not doing it. Actually, we can go out of here. We're going to make a new scene. Camera pivot. All right. And then we're going to add a 3D camera to it. All right. And then we're going to go ahead. Actually, I'm just going to copy and paste this camera here. Take you, delete you. We're going to go ahead and paste you under here. Great. That's exactly what we want. We're just going to call this camera. All right. Now we're going to go back to the game. We're going to remove camera 3D. And we're going to put on our camera. And now why am I getting errors? Oh god. Oh wait, it's because that. It's because I don't have a reference to the camera anymore. I can just remove that. Wait, it says assign reference though. Why am I getting the errors? Oh, it is just because there is no reference to the object. Okay. You started making a language? What language is it? So this is going to be a node 3D. Oh wait. That's annoying. Okay. This is slightly annoying. What is the best solution to this? Because I actually use the camera in order to determine what direction you're going. I mean, all I really use is the X and Z rotation of the camera. All I really use is the Y rotation of the camera. So actually, that should be fine. If we just go ahead and use... we do need to angle the camera. Yakalo. Lakayo. Lakalio. It should be rotated by negative 45, I think? No, it's by regular 45. This can probably be moved back some, maybe by 40. Is that the placeholder name? Okay. Oh, I didn't assign the camera. It's gonna be still mad at me. Camera pivot. Assign that to camera. So yep, that is in fact working. That's good. I can delete all this. Get rid of the target position here. Coining words is hard, I agree. I've tried to name a lot of things, and it does not go well usually. Fail horribly. Why? Why is it doing it that way? Ugh. Why does it spin? So this should go... I mean, that's almost right for a final position. That's not. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea why it's spinning like that. I mean, the only thing I can think about is that, you know, with rotations... Oh, never mind. I know why it's happening. I know exactly why it's happening. It's because I'm using Euler angles, not quaternions. I am stupid. That is why. Yep, that'll do it. If you try to use... Why did I... Oh, I hit Control Shift C instead of Control Shift B. But yeah, that entirely explains it. Succeeded. Why are you mad at me? But yeah, a quaternion, if I was putting... Ah, it does not like that, in fact. Oh. No, it normally treats it as vector freeze. I'm just stupid. But it is the right issue. The problem isn't that it was quaternions. It's that it's radians, not degrees. Ugh, why am I dumb? Why am I dumb? I'm just gonna do this in degrees. I don't care. It's gonna be pi over 4 plus this times pi over 2. Now it should work. Please work. Please don't make me look stupid again. Dude, what am I making? What if idea to make game? I am making a 4-dimensional or 3-dimensional non-Euclidean game where you are able to loop around the planet, essentially. But it's essentially it's a 3-dimensional non-Euclidean game, or a 3-dimensional game that exists on a 4-dimensional surface, where you can basically loop around a tesseract. It'll make more sense when I actually have the full tesseract built. Right now I'm just getting basic stuff built, like camera and movement. Ah, yeah, that is a problem. What's the best way to fix this? Because if you try to go from 0 to free, or you try to go from free to 0, it's going to tween all the way. Yep, the base plate is in fact sober now. Let me go ahead and speed it up a little bit, in fact. Let me go ahead and speed it up in camera instead of being stupid. Wait, no, I have to speed it up in player. Because that's the root of it. Did I not? I don't think I actually hit enter here. Maybe I did. Looked kind of like I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. I will say, though, that the camera needs to be closer up because it looks weird right now. Maybe 30 away. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to see. Yep, that's pretty centered. That'll work for me. That'll do it. It might actually need to be farther away if I have the player go upwards, but that's a problem I can think about later. Right now, the next thing I need to think about is how can I make it so it tweens to the right direction? Um, when I'm at 3 and I go to 0, actually, I think I have the answer, and it's really stupid. I just don't have it tween there. This could cause a problem, though. There is a possibility that this causes a problem. I was taking a modulus of 4, because I only have 4 positions. All right, it worked for 1, it worked for 2. Those were all expected. And if I go to here, yeah, it actually worked. It tweens the rotation correctly. Which makes sense, because what I'm assuming is happening each frame is it's saying, okay, your rotation is 350 degrees. All right, set your rotation to 350 degrees. All right, your rotation is 360 degrees, or 359 degrees. All right, set your rotation to 359 degrees. Okay, now let's go ahead and set the rotation to 361 degrees. All right, 361, set it to 361 degrees. And then Godot says, wait, rotations can't be 361 degrees. Set it to 1 degree. And then it goes ahead and says, all right, now set the rotation to 370 degrees. And then it says, oh, wait a second. And it does that. It sets it to 370 degrees. And then Godot says, wait, rotations can't be 370 degrees. And then it sets it to that. And that's why it works normally. That wasn't normal. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's why. It's because I put in a shortcut, kind of. I have it when you press left, it adds free, which worked when you had the modulus there, because if you mod it by free, that's essentially the same as taking -1. But now that you can have any value, and the reason I had modulus is because I was having a switch statement for the physical position. But now that it's pivoting, I don't need a position. If I don't have the position, I don't need a switch statement. If I don't need a switch statement, I don't need it to be clamped between 0 and 4. So now, I did not build the project, did I? I did not. I wasn't entirely dumb there. My idea was right. I just forgot to save. See? And now it works perfectly fine. It's almost like I'm a genius. Oh, and that's cool. If you press it more than once, it actually goes faster and faster because it's still trying to tween correctly. Lol. How fast can I get it? I gotta find out. I call this one Vanagia. That's fine. That's fine behavior. Like if you wanted to rotate twice, having it rotate twice and then having it go faster, I think is a good thing. I do think that in fact it could go faster right now. Let's do that. Let's set its base speed a little bit higher. Um, Let's set it to 0.5. This is going to be 0.5 seconds. So yeah, cool. This actually works pretty dang nice. Let's go. Alright. I guess we have to do it next. I'm gonna have to make the actual ground. Hmm. Actually, I'm gonna do something really quickly. It's a little bit weird, but I'm actually going to attach the directional light to the camera. Because right now, I think, like, if you look at the game from this perspective, let me full screen. Really? It doesn't full screen when you full screen. That's just rude. But you can sort of see the color. I think it's okay. It's giving you good shadows. But if I, like, turn the camera this way, it's really hard to see where this platform ends. So if I attach the light to that, it'll give me better shadows, I think. So we're actually going to take the light, control exit, and then we're going to put it onto the camera. Why is the root node is recommended to not be transformed since instances? Ah, cool idea. I don't actually care. Cool warning, bro. Forgot the part where I asked. Yeah, there's my light. But yeah, now you can see the shadow transforms with the camera. That's a better effect than what I was expecting. Um, I'm wondering if I want the light to be in a different way, maybe away from the camera instead of towards it. Maybe at 45 degrees. Let's see how this looks. This gives you the issue though. It lets you see the player better, but yeah, it's really hard to see the platforms. It was better the other way, being towards the camera. Of course, we could always have multiple lights. Let's do that. Let's have multiple lights. So forward light. And this one will be forward. So at negative 90. No, that is not what I want. I want this to be here at 135. What's the hotkey for duplicate? Control D. It actually is that. So we'll have side light or left light. And we'll have this one go left. We'll also move this one up a little bit. These are directional lights, so the transform doesn't actually matter. The height doesn't actually matter. Maybe at 10. I'll just put it at 10. Have them each be 0.5 above each other. And we obviously want this to be facing to the left, so at 45 degrees. Let's have this be at a steeper angle, so maybe -20. And we'll go ahead and have it have a slightly less intensity, so maybe 0.75. Let's see how this looks right now. Yeah, so now you can easily see what's like the walls that are in front of you, but you can also very easily, I think I also need a rightwards light so we can get a shadow this way. I might even, I don't know if I'll directly copy it, but I'll probably do, I'll start off by copying it, obviously. So this will be right light. Maybe we make this one a little bit shallow. Maybe we keep it as shallow. Um, maybe we give it a little bit less intensity, maybe 0.5. And then we go ahead and we will rotate it the other way. So that's going to be plus 180. Wow, it actually does do calculations like Blender. Like I can do the calculation in the field. I don't have to like separate it into a separate app for just calculation. Eh, you really can't tell. Like I'm looking for a light, I'm looking for a shadow right here. Yeah, I don't think that's very good. I think we need it to be a little bit better. So maybe we keep it at 1 or 0.75 intensity. Also, we should go ahead and set this height to 15. Let's go ahead and turn down this intensity of this light. Let's see how that looks. It's not really giving me the effect I want. Like, I really want to be able to see behind this wall. Like, right now, the color looks indistinguishable. Yeah, that's the Shun Guy music. It's where it's supposed to be a Shining reference, I think. I don't know, I've never watched The Shining. What does this do? What does negative do? Does it give me one extra Joker slot? I mean, to be fair, it is easier to see now. I mean, maybe I just need a forward light as well. That is an option. Or a backwards light. What game? This is, yeah, Visit Paper Mario Color Splash. And the reason I'm listening to Paper Mario Color Splash is because before this, I was listening to Paper Mario Sticker Star, and that was the next thing in my soundtrack. Or my list of music soundtracks. Alright. What? I said plus 180. That means you do plus 180. So if it says 20, if it says 20, let's set that one a -10. Maybe this one goes to -15. That one's still at -30. No, this one's at -45. Let's set all of our energies to 0.1. I just want to see what that looks like. That's better. That is significantly better. It's dark now, but now we have somewhere we can go from. Also, we should be able to just select all of these. So let's say maybe 0.3. Let's see what 0.3 looks like. Yeah, that's the sort of soft lighting I'm looking for. And you can see that it has some shadow here, which is good for letting the player know where they are. Cool. Cool. I'm pretty happy with that. Alright. I don't think I can get away with it anymore. It's time to do the... Man, I don't even know how I'm gonna do this. Let me export a new cube. This might crash Godot. Yeah. For some reason, it doesn't like importing that. What? No, open a project. Dummy. Actually, first thing I should do is I should go ahead and test that. There was another reason I was trying to make the tweener, and that was that I wanted the player to be able to have their shape key work. Yeah, I think I can delete tweener, honestly. I'm going to delete it. Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and take it. Hold on. Do I care about it? I should have a temp folder for it. Where's my temp folder? I want to store it in my temp folder. Here's my temp folder. I'll just toss that in there, right? now. All right. So now we can go ahead and get rid of a tweener. So yeah, what I want to do is I want to go here and I want to say yeah, that'll just go there. Shape key tween equals new tween. No, we have to do get tree dot create tween. All right. Now we can go in here and we can go ahead and say shape key tween. Actually, this could cause issues. Because yeah, it'll be increasingly slow. Yeah, I don't actually want to use a tween for this. I've never heard the unfurl block music without the speeding up. Yeah. I never really thought about it, but yeah, it does speed up. I feel like the unfurl block is just kind of lame. Like, I get it, it's to unfurl things, I guess, but it's so underutilized. It's like, there's an unfurl block. I wonder what I have to do with this. The only remotely interesting thing that happens with it is when you have to hit the sign with the hammer instead of the log because the log falls in the pit. Besides that, literally nothing is interesting about the unfurl block, which is so sad. Like, why include it if it's so worthless? I guess I can put it in here, actually. Float. Shape. Key. You only exist in like 4 or 5 levels, and that's it. Yep. Honestly, if it made you invincible, I think then it would be fine. I think the unfurl block should make you invincible. I mean, you look invincible. You look pretty invincible. The fact that you aren't is so sad. Could have given it some actual use. I don't know. I don't know how you make the unfurl block interesting. Because, like, yeah, you could make yourself invincible. But now that I think about it, I mean, that, like, okay, great. Now you don't have to worry about enemies. Okay? So now it's just a matter of go from point A to point B and hit it with your hammer. I don't know how you make the unfurl block interesting. But there's gotta be a way. What did I call this? I called it, player.blend. No, I want to open the scene in view. blend shapes, shear forward, if that's what I called it. What is the unfurl block? Also, welcome to the stream, Jake L. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. The unfurl block is a thing in Paper Mario Color Splash, where when you hit it, you get the ability to unfurl the next thing that you hammer, if it has the unfurl symbol on it, which basically involves turning it into something that it wasn't. Sort of like origami. So like you hit a log, and then the log will roll. The cylinder of paper that's making up the log will roll out and then turn into a bridge over a gap. It's highly underutilized in the game. So what am I looking for? So yeah, I need to do... Is shear spelled that way, or is it S-H-E-E-R? Okay, I'm getting a whole bunch of clothing. Shear operation in graphics. No, it is S-H-E-A-R. Did I call it S-H-E-A-R here? I am not looking at the right file. I did call it S-H-E-A-R. That's good. Doo-doo-doo. So now what I need to do is I need to go here. I need to say shear forward value equals, I should be able to do player model dot get child. I mean, player should only have one child, and that should be the player. So now, actually, first thing I want to see is I want to see this. Can you see the child? I mean, it should be named player. Let's just see what happens here. Should flood my console, but you know, it should be fine. Instance, mesh instance fruity. Can I just do this as this? What? All right. Let's do a region for this. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do a float in here. No, wait, what am I saying? I'm gonna do a. Should I make it an enum? I probably should. Um, no, that shouldn't cause an issue. It might though. It probably will actually. Before I do this, let me go ahead and save Godot because it's going to be stupid and will crash after I save this. Come on. Alright, Godot, do you feel like crashing today? Ah, you do, I see. I said that before it even crashed because I knew it was. Godot loves to crash when I update my Blender file. It's its favorite thing to do. Alright. There we go. I thought it was yelling at me for my spelling for a second. All right. So now I'm going to say get shape key value. No, I need to say mesh instance 3D mesh equals player model dot get child get 0. Then we can cast that to mesh instance 3D. Hopefully, please tell me I can. I really want to be able to do it this way. And then we should be able to say mesh dot blend shape. Get blend shape value. And then we're going to say find. We're going to say mesh dot find blend shape by name. And that's going to be the string name of the shape key, which we can do like that. And then we go ahead and return. There we go. And we will need this multiple times. This is not the only time we are going to need this, because I'm planning on having like the player bounce around for various animations. Have stuff like where it stretches when you're falling faster and faster. Next we'll have private float or private void set shape key value. There we go. That is exactly what I needed. And then we will say u or mesh.set mesh.set. Thank you for doing the thing I didn't want you to do. There we go. And it's going to be the index and then the value. So that's going to be mesh dot find blend shape by name. Shape key to string. And then we need the value, which is going to be value. Cool. So now we should be good. Now we should be able to just use these as you'd expect. And everything should work perfectly normally and there will be no problems whatsoever. Shear forward value is going to be equal to get shape key. We're going to want to get shape key dot shear forward. And now what we want to say is if the movement dot length is less than movement dead zone, here we want to decelerate it. So we're going to say shear forward value times equals. Yeah, we can just say times equals movement deceleration. Because that's going to be a value between 0 and 1. And then we're going to go ahead and set that. So we're going to say set shape key value. And we're going to be using shape key forward or shape key.shear forward. And then the value is going to be shear movement forward val. Cool. And now we should also be able to go down here, and I'm just going to set it to 1 for now. But we can change this depending on what we want. So yeah, we're going to set this to 1. Please work. Please don't crash. Should work. I don't see why it wouldn't work. That is backwards. I mean, it kind of works. Feels more like jelly since it's reacting, not proacting. I don't think proacting's a real word. I mean, like, it's not... Like, when you run, it looks like he's running back, like, with leaning back. When he should be leaning forward. Thankfully, this is a very easy thing to fix. I can just... Whoops. I just gotta take the player model and face him 180 degrees. It's just that easy. Alright, cool. So now what I want to do is I actually want this to be a little bit random. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say there's a target value. Let's say maybe 0.75. And what I want it to do is I want it to go closer to 0.75. Huh. Maybe I can do like an acceleration thing. So this will be private. Float. Cur. Velocity. Shear. Forward. Velocity. The electric manual music. Yep, because whoever wants to look at the manual. I think I looked at it a little bit because I was doing challenge runs on the game. So if my shear value, forward val, is less than 0.75, then we're going to say cur shear forward velocity is going to be plus equal. I guess this should actually have an acceleration value. Private float cur or shear forward acceleration. And now this will be added plus equal cur shear forward velocity. No. shear forward acceleration times delta All right, cool. And we're going to use shear forward value. And we're going to say plus equals curve shear forward velocity. Clamp between -1 or -1 and +1. Is this a double one? No, this is float. Okay. Shear forward value equals the clamped value. There we go. Let's make sure we actually set the acceleration. Maybe to 2. That means it should be in like half a second. Can't really see it very well. You can see it a little bit. Yeah, if I'm going sideways, you can see it a little bit. I don't think it needs to be extreme. I think less is more in this case. The 4 different light sources giving me 4 different shadows is interesting. Cool. Wait, what? I have set CSG box size. Where's the CSG box size? Oh, it's up here. Basic platforming. Let's see how platforming works. Pretty well. You can get stuck on the sides, though. That's not good. That might be fixable with a physics material, but I'm a little worried about that. I'm also going to do something a little interesting. I'm actually going to add in a light onto the player. Specifically a spotlight. I'm going to have that be directly above the player. Maybe at 3. Maybe give it a rotation of 90 here. Negative 90. What's the game idea? The idea is that you are wrapping around the Tesseract. You're looping around the Tesseract. Also, welcome to the stream, Ren Life Gaming. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have multiple cubes that you can go between to sort of wrap around a Tesseract. It's very hard to explain. Where's the radius of the cone? Shouldn't there be like a cone radius? Or actually, I can do this. I can put it like down here. Oh, I haven't implemented the fact that you need to be able to check the ground. But yeah, the shadow seems to kind of work. I just need to have a longer cone. Ah. You're doing the jam too? Nice. What's your idea? I don't know what attenuation is. Yep, that's good. That is a good spotlight. A good shadow. Oh my god, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. A shadow, which is a negative light source. It works, though. Like, it works. This is really important when you have an isometric view. This works really well for how stupid it is. It's a negative light source for a shadow that's just out the bottom of the cube. Oh my goodness, that's so dumb. This is so silly. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to give this thing a physics material because right now this is bad. Let's go ahead, go in here, create new resource, physics material, player, physics material. Aren't shadows just negative lights? Well, I mean, like, normally you could do a shadow by having a light source above the player. But I'm doing a negative light underneath the player instead. Because I already have all the light I need. Nope, it's still getting stuck. That's cool. A time loop game. Let's give the player some bounce. Yeah, but I mean, like, they bounce off the floor now, which isn't really what I want. I want them to not be able to hug the wall. I've had this problem in so many games. Let's give it 0 friction. Let's see what that does. Oh, that actually worked. You have no friction now. Yeah. Cool. That works. And I'm using my own custom deceleration, so it doesn't affect the actual deceleration. Nice. This diagonal view makes it a little hard to actually platform. So I might need to think about that. I might still want to do my platforms mostly in the center, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you can always change the camera. Cool. I'm pretty happy with that. Can I squeeze myself out of bounds? Oh god, I think I can. Maybe? Haha, I haven't implemented the ground collision yet, so I can't die. Haha. Alright, now it's time for you to die. I'm talking to my command window. Alright, so cool. That is very much what I want. I think the next thing to do is give the player only a limited number of jumps. So here we'll go ahead and do a raycast. I'm pretty sure it's like an instant raycast that I have to use. Do cube cast. Okay, I can use an area 2D, get overlapping bodies. Or an area 3D overlapping bodies in my case. Yeah, that would make sense. I'll put this under jump power, export, um, private. I'm looking for a area 3D, grounded area. All right. Make sure to build. All right, we're gonna go ahead and add child node, area 3D. Transform. Put it in -1. And then we'll just go ahead and put a child node under that. Collision shape. We'll go ahead and make this probably a box. Make it simple. I hope that this doesn't get added to the total rigid body collider. Hopefully not. That would be a shame and very annoying if it was. I guess we can see. Oh, it's probably going to yell at me. Oh, you don't have a reference to this object. Doesn't look like it. Cool. Looks like it works. Let's go ahead and set the size. I think it can be a little bit bigger for the size because I'm using a cube for the normal collision shape. So maybe 2. No, maybe like 1.5, maybe 1.7. 1.7 looks good to me. And then we are going to maybe set this to like 0.2. Oh, I think this is affecting its transform. In which case I should just do 0.1 and then I can go into the transform and then manually set it to -0.05. I'm actually going to do -0.06 simply so it's not overlapping its normal colliders. All right. Now let's see how this works. gd.print. Also, let's go ahead. I do have that there. Ground check area dot get get overlapping areas. There we go. So now we should be able to say U Why is our player like this? Why is there... What in the world? I don't know. Why is there such a large area underneath it? Oh, it's a spotlight. That's what it is. All right. All right, ground check area. And now we should just be able to put in the ground check area. And that'll be good. Zero. Okay, that is not the number I would like to see. Okay, so why is this not able to detect anything? Let's make this bigger, maybe like 10. So now if it is what I think it might be, okay, it's not what I thought it was, which is both a blessing and a curse, because it's a blessing because if it was what I was, that would have been a really big problem, but because I don't know what it is, now I can't fix it. Okay. I mean, I'm using ground check area. I mean, you can clearly see it wasn't detecting it here. So it's not that, I mean, maybe it's the fact that the ground doesn't have ground. Maybe it's not on the same collision layer. These are on 1. These are on 1. If I go to test, yeah, the collision layer is on 1 still. Huh, okay. Let's see if the internet has why the thing specifically meant to check areas is not checking the area correctly. Oh, maybe it's because it's a collision shape. Overlapping bodies is probably what it is. That's probably my issue. Get overlapping collision areas is probably looking for areas, other areas. Well, it didn't fix my issue, so that's not good. All right, so what I can see is that these need to be monitoring and monitorable. I don't see that here though, so I don't know. Oh, here it is. Monitoring and monitorable, yeah. I think I'm going to try what I did before again, now that I have overlapping bodies. Wait, okay. I was worried I didn't save my work and that was what the issue was and I was going to look stupid. What? Ah, okay. So it is detecting it, which means this is the issue besides this, I'm guessing. All right, let's try making it a little bit taller. Maybe point, let's try 0.2, just for starters. Let's try 0.5. What? Hold on. This is giving me 1, then 2. Why am I getting 2 here? What the hell? If I'm jumping over here, I'm jumping off a stage. The only thing it can possibly be seeing is itself. So it's one of the things that it's hitting is itself. Okay, so it's keeping it off the ground. Then why am I able to see it when I jump on here? Like, you saw that? I got a 2 here. Let's make it even bigger, I guess. Maybe 1. And now it's 0. Why is it 0? I'm on top of the object. It has to be overlapping. What the hell? So it's able to see it here on the corner. Oh, I don't know. I don't get it. So now I can see 1. You just finished all 50? Wow. Is it pixel art or is it or how, what engine are you making it in? Okay, so why is this 0 now? This isn't a complicated thing. So it's 0 when I'm way above the map. Cool. It's 0 when I'm on top of the block. And then if I'm slightly above the block, then it's 1. Pixel art, tarp down. Oh, nice. Good to see more Godot love. So now it's 1. Now it's 1, okay? I double jump, it's also 1. I double jump, I jump Once it's 2. I double jump, it's 1. I don't know. I don't know. All right, I went ahead and set the physics to jolt, so let's see if that actually helps. Hold up, does this fix the jittering problem? It kinda does, yeah. It's not perfect, but it's better. I got no idea. All right, they're suggesting putting it in a physics frame, which is something I'm already doing, of course. Yeah, I'm doing this in physics process. All right, I don't see anything here for. Okay. If I put this inside the object, will it work now? So it can see the object inside itself. It just can't see any other object. Why? I don't know. It just feels that way. Alright, why are you being mad? The generic type array can. I'm not using the generic array, I'm using Godot array. Alright, fine. I'll specify go.collections. Please leave me alone now. Alright, so I'm assuming this gives me player. I'm assuming that's what it'll give me. Yeah, player. Why it can't see the floor, why it can't see the walls, I don't know, but it can't because it's stupid or something. It's just not able to see it because why would it be able to see the most basic thing? Why would it be able to do an overlapping area? I really don't want to have to add a whole bunch of signals. Oh, that's so annoying if I have to do signals. Unfortunately, as far as I can see, I'm going to have to do signals. So that's really fun. I mean, why can't it just work? Wait, has? Alright, maybe this will work. Took me 6 hours. Wow. Alright, so it's false, it's false, it's false. It is true. It's lying, by the way. It is actually true. This is a true value. It's just lying. Let's try has overlapping areas. Please, please just detect the ground that's so obviously there. Please just stop giving me garbage. And it is deciding to give me more garbage. Okay. I mean, maybe it's because I'm using the... Maybe it's because I'm using the... I don't know, the thing. The CSG shape instead of having an area. If that's the reason, that's super annoying. Man, I'm losing my mind. Why is it? It's an area 3D. Its only purpose is to detect collisions. Why can't it Why can't it just detect the collision? I mean, I don't think I'm asking a lot. Why can't it just do the basic detecting of collision? Maybe that does something? Maybe baking a collision? Nope. Nothing. Alright. I do not know. All right. Collision value. So someone's saying there's a hack that I can do that is where I constantly set the collision layer value. So let's try that. So let's try this. If this works, I'm going to be mad because this is a stupid hack. Wait, what in the world? Why am I inside the ground? How in the world did that happen? Why am I not able to get out of the ground? I got out of the ground, but I don't know how I got into the ground. Did I like slip in between here? Did I actually like slip in between the ground? I have no idea how I got in there. Average Godot jank. Well, it's not able to detect it. He says doing it twice is consistent. So let's try it. It is not consistent, otherwise I'd be able to see the gosh darn ground. Okay, I also ran into this issue with Godot.net 4.12. Get overlapping bodies doesn't work, calling it in physics process, and signals don't trigger either for static bodies 3D. I've double checked all collision layers and masks. I can confirm the area 3D works in the first physics process steps. All right, let me go ahead and try something. All right, let's see how that works. So this is a rigid body, so I can push it. Unable to see it though. That sucks. Why am I not able to detect it? Oh, maybe it needs monitoring to be on or some garbage like that. Let's turn off it being able to sleep. Nothing. Another person said use Jolt settings. Should be in project settings. Ah. That might have just fixed it. Hold on. I clipped into the map again? How did I clip into the map? Why will it not let me leave the map once I've clipped in? How the hell did that even happen? Right. Oversized area. Let's see if it can detect it. Nope. I don't get why it can't just do the thing that it's literally designed specifically to do. Let's see if that change helped. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Probably didn't, because of course it didn't. Why would it fix the damn problem? And is it able to detect itself? I forget. No, it's not able to detect itself. Can't detect anything. It's as blind as a bat. Hold up. Someone actually might have an answer. Var space equals... Wait, quote equals. Get world 3D dot direct space state var search equals physics shape query parameters 3D dot new. I think this is Godot. I think what they wrote was in GD script. Equals global transform. Okay. All right. Let's see if this works. I don't think this is actually going to be attached to my character, so I don't know if it will or not. What should your goal be? This is your first jam. I think your goal is having something that runs, something that you're proud of. I don't know how much experience you have, but, you know. I'd say my goal is probably, maybe top 1,000 or something. I mean, honestly, my goal is really just to have fun, make something small that I can be proud of. So that's really interesting. So here, there's 15 things. I go into the center, and there's 27. Now there's 4, 8. I don't know what this is determining it. But the thing is, it's detecting stuff, which is more than the freaking area 3D can do. So yeah, I think what we do is we're gonna go ahead and GD. We're gonna go ahead for each our body and bodies. Print the body dot name. So what this is a array of dictionaries. I'm assuming this is going to give me a whole bunch of garbage. All right, so we could probably do something like, so we're getting a dictionary of what I don't really know. First of all, we can probably use the um, round check area dot global transform. Then for the shape, we can probably use the a cube or a box shape 3D probably. Yep. Shape dot size. We're gonna want the box scales. check area dot um dot shape. Wait, I think I can do this. Copy property path. I'm just gonna hard code it for this second. Why did I put point F? Am I stupid? All right. We got ground and we got rigid body 3D. Oh, that's good. That's good to see. It's not perfect. We're still seeing our shape. But it's better than I was expecting. So yeah, now we're seeing rigid body and test box. And yeah, if I mid-air jump, I'm seeing more than that. I mean, I really don't care about what's in the dictionary as long as it's enough. I mean, honestly, why don't I just do this? For now, I'm just going to do this. If bodies is greater than 1, sorry, bodies count. And just like that, finally the most basic of functionality for an Area 3D is implemented without the Area 3D. That is so dumb. Why did it take so long to do the most basic of things? That is so annoying. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go ahead. I need to go ahead and do something really quickly. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna go grab some water, go take care of like what I need to before time for bed. Well, not time for bed for me, but just some things I need to take care of at night, like emptying the dehumidifier. Alright, be back in a second. Wait, I turned off the music. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to the stream, Harry Mario. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we have a cube, and he can jump, but not in the air. You would not believe that this was probably an hours of work. Get like 1 hour just to make it so the player can't jump while already in the air. All because the area, the, and it's for a really stupid reason. You see this object right here? I don't think you can, because I don't think my mouse is showing it. The ground check this. The ground check collision shape. The entire sorry, that's just a collision shape. This right here, the ground check area, is a area 3D node. And what is the purpose of an area 3D node? To detect whether something is or is not in the area. Guess what it can't do? Detect whether something is or is not in the area. Instead, I had to use this random roundabout sort of method that I found on like page 10 of Stack Overflow. Shout out to RC Joel 2019. Sorry, it wasn't Stack Overflow. It was on GitHub under Godot issue 74,300. It was a stupid, idiotic problem that shouldn't exist, but it does. So yeah, we got a cube. This is the player. And the reason I made the player a cube is because I'm going to have a tutorial of what a 4-dimensional or 3-dimensional non-Euclidean surface is on the cube. I'm going to have... I don't think I've ever actually told you guys what the story is. Yeah, I know. Coding can be slow. Yep. It is just a cube. That is the stream. But yeah, the reason it's a cube is because the story of the game is as follows. You are a cube, and you are called by the Great Cube Elder, as he has a perilous quest for you. That's right, you have to go get his takeout. You have to go get his takeout from his favorite restaurant, which is on the other side of the universe. The only way to get there in a reasonable amount of time is across the Tesseractal Plains or something. I don't know the entire details. But because you have to be going across Tesseracts, it's reality bending. So the Great Village Elder teaches you about non-Euclidean surfaces by literally like having a mini version of the game in 2D on your surface. So like I'm actually going to have like a cube drawn on the cube, or a square drawn on the cube, and he'll be able to run around the sides of a cube, and you'll get to see what it means. I think the next thing for me to do is... I think one thing I want to do, first of all, is I want to see, is there a plane? Is there a 2D plane that I can just add to this scene? Please tell me there is. Of course there isn't. I would expect nothing less from Godot. The story begins, you are a cube. Start right there. I already know this could be an Oscar-nominated movie. So the first thing I want to know is, do I have to worry about backface culling? No, stop. Give me new. Give me a new. Give me a new. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take you. We're going to go ahead, rotate by 90 degrees. We're going to shift duplicate. Then we're going to flip. And now if we shift F, you can see that the normals are in opposite directions. Alright, now we load Godot. It did not crash this time, which is cool. It likes to crash when I reload the player. I don't know why. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and drag in a normal test. Where is the normal test? I'd like to see it, please. Where is the normal test? Where did it go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Capitaline Joe, or whatever the hell the song is. Ah, I see. Let's go ahead and fix this problem. The issue is that I did not delete the camera and bat. All right. There we go. So it is seeming like it has the problem. Yes. It does have the problem of backface culling. We should be able to turn that off. I don't know where we turn that off, though. Yes, yes, I know it's lightning outside. Please stop, Mother Nature. Nope, that did not work. Normals probably means normal maps or something. Okay. Root scale, skeleton bones, node type suffixes, name skinned, import, trimming. There's all animation, import script, blender, nodes, visible all. Colors, UVs, normals, tangent. Alright, so there is another option, which is to look inside of a mesh. Let's see if the internet has anything for me. Backface culling. Goodo. Transparency. Cull mode. Of course, I don't have a cull mode because why would I? Maybe it's in the material? Ah! Okay, so it's in there. Will we be creating custom materials for these, for the levels? Probably, but it would be good to test this. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go to material, new. Backface culling. No, it's off here. Oh, there is no camera. So that's interesting. So I think I'm going to need to include, I think I'll have to make the materials in Godot, not in Blender. Because I'm pretty sure if I like go here, if I go here to test, I go ahead and make a new material. Where is material? Where is material? I would like material. Oh, wait, I just right click, create new. I'm dumb. Material. Standard material. I'm going to say test material. Test mat. All right. We'll go ahead and draw test mat on here. Okay, they're going to be annoying about it. I have to do it in here, in the import settings, I think. Use external. We're just going to use test material. So now they should be using that, and I should be able to update test material. Give me it. Transparency. Cull mode. Disabled. Okay. It should be rendering both sides now, but it's not. Why is it being stupid? Okay. That's interesting. When I go inside of my cube, inside of a player, I can see the inside of him, which implies he's not being backface cold. So why is this being backface cold? I don't know. That's weird. Okay, one thing I can test is this. Oh, it might be because it's using an image texture. Let me go ahead and change the shading, no, the albedo. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking it might be. Okay, so while normal test says that it's using the test material, it's lying. Instead of using the test material, it's doing the not that. It's just straight up lying to me. Okay. And I can't change it, of course, because that would be useful for me to do. Of course, of course. Alright, I don't know why I can't just assign the material to the thing. I'm sorry, you can't do that because that's something you would want to be able to do. Alright, if I go ahead and make it not... Can I make it a new thing? So I can actually use it? Maybe now? No. Still being rude. Oh, I can change it. I can do it. All I had to do was make editable children. And as you can see, now it has back facing. Okay. So it's not that hard to do. Although I will still need to use that. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Alright, so now the question is, what's next? What is the next step? One obvious option is to make it so I can actually start building the Tesseract. The annoying thing about that is then I'll have to actually do more triggers. I don't want to do more triggers. It should be okay though. Okay. Oh wait, I could just use I don't have to do triggers. Oh, no. No, I don't. Instead, all I have to do is just check if the player is within very specific bounds. Let's go ahead and let the player see the game manager. I think the game manager should have the camera, not the player. So the first thing I want to export is a node 3D. I also want to export the player. I think those are a couple of good things to have. What? What? Huh? What? Give me the game manager? Okay, there we go. So yeah, I think what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and take the player. I want to remove its access to the camera. I'm going to make these public. Public, static, instance. And I'm going to do private, void, no override. Huh? No. I said override. Override, void. Ready? Alright, why are you being mad at me? Please stop being angry at me. I'm doing the correct thing. Public. Oh, I made it private, didn't I? I did. Yeah, that's why I did it wrong. That's why it's mad at me. If instance equals null, then we are going to instance equals this. Then we're going to go ahead and say that the game manager, or else Q3, which will destroy this object. Now the player should already have access to the game manager. It does, which means I should be able to get rid of its access to the camera. I prefer to not have the player have requirements on that. So what we can do is do game manager dot camera. And it seems like I'm missing something as well. Show me the error, please. Could you show me the error? I know you have an error. I can see that there's an error. I would love it if you would just tell me what the error is. There it is. Thank you. Keep my code clean. So now what I can do is I'm going to make a export. Let's actually make this the first thing in the list. And now I'm going to export public rect rectangle, and we are going, or actually, can we make a cube? No. Well, I'm always going to use a box, so I can just make this a float. Level radius. And I know technically it's not a radius because I'm not talking about a circle or a sphere, I'm talking about a box, but I really don't care. Whoa. Now what I can do is public override void process or physics process if player dot position equals I should just be able to say length. Yep. If that is greater than radius. Actually no, I can't do it this way. Private static so if it's greater than level radius, then we're going to do trigger rotation. And we're going to have a public or private enum here. So we're going to have a level rotation direction. We're going to have, I'm just going to use the actual technical terms. So that's going to be X. I don't think I can use a plus. Yeah, I'll use M. So we'll have X, MX, And the reason I'm using M is because of Mario 64. Once you get negative lives, it's represented as M. So I'm going to do the same here. So we'll have Y, MY, and then Z and MZ. So if my position X is greater than the level radius, that's going to trigger a trigger rotation. If it's less than negative level radius, then we're going to go in MX, else if player position Y is no, this is going to be MZ or MY. All right, and then else if, yep, and then lastly, else if Z is less than negative radius. Oh, I made it static for some reason. All right, let's see if this works. I think this is 5 large, or is it 50 large? I forget. I didn't change that, I changed the scale. Okay, it's 40 large. What? How is this 40 large? If it was 40 large, then wouldn't it be 1, 2, 3, 4? What? Like it's 5 large. Am I losing my mind? Whatever, we'll just set the radius to 10 for now. Let's tween the player. Let's tween its position to vector free .0 over 5 seconds. All right, so it says that it pauses all the physics functions, which is what I want. But I don't know if that means that it pauses. Okay, it also pauses tweens, I guess. Now, what if I just said, so I can't use tweens. What if I just set the position? What? Oh. Player dot position equals to player position equals vector free dot 0. Let's just see if we can update the position of the player. We can. I want to try tweening again. I don't know. I think it might work. I think maybe because I set it to 5, I just didn't wait long enough. All right, I can admit that I was wrong. So, oh, I'm rolling over my headphone cord. That's why it feels weird. My chair was rolling over my headphone cord. Not really what I wanted to do. Rotation time, then a private float rotation time remaining equals, actually no, I don't need to care about that. So let's try this. We'll say, rotation time remaining. What? Oh, I called it Roshan, not rotation. Yeah, that'll do it. Rotation time. So if there's no rotation detected, then we will check here. All right. I don't know if this will work, but okay. All right. See you, Ren Life. Have a good one. I don't know how long I'm going to hold on either. I'm probably going to stop 1 or 2 in the morning. Oh. So it might just be that physics process isn't running. Let's see if it's running physics process after I do this. Because it might just not be running it. I don't think it has seconds on there, so... Let's try that again. Yeah, it's literally just not running the physics process. Okay. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Let's try regular process, see what happens there. Nope, it's frozen in time. That is bad. Because if it's frozen in time, I can't do anything. Oh, wait. Can I just... Hold on. I think I might have just read something very good. Process. Always. I think that might actually be it. Yeah, now it's always running. Okay. That is good to know. Okay. Okay. There we go. So now we can actually do it. Okay. So that makes me wonder, can I use tweening if I start it here? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I can do like tween.process node. Yep, this is exactly what I need. Man, GitHubs have been great. You know, kind of an off-topic rant, but it is so sad how bad Stack Overflow is compared to these GitHub comments. I've had so many problems with Stack Overflow. Like right now, it doesn't even work. Been searching for people streaming Game Jam, and you're one of two I found. Nice. I'm glad I'm unique. I feel trying to make a story-driven game might be difficult in a short time. I am not making a story-driven game. I'm making a platformer on about a. I mean, there is a story, but it's loose. I wouldn't consider it a very crazy, thought-provoking story. Okay, so I think this should work. This should let me process the tween. Please process the tween. It's processing the tween. Let's go. Let's go. It's processing the tween. Oh my goodness. Yes. It's processing it. It's processing the tween. Beautiful. It's doing the thing. Oh my goodness. All right. So rotation time I do need. I think I still need to calculate rotation time remaining because I need to be able to tell the player, hey, you have control again. I don't think I need rotation detected, honestly. So I think this needs to be if this. Hey Owen, are you doing the game jam as well? I thought the Rain Life game. No, he was talking about his own project. My game, the story is pretty simple. It is you are playing as a cube, and you are called over by the Great Cube Elder, who tells you to go pick up his takeout order halfway across the universe. And the only way to get there efficiently is by crossing over the Tesseractal Plane. At least that's what I'm calling it for now. And in order to do that, you have to go across the non-Euclidean surface of a tesseract. It's hard to explain, but essentially, if you have a cube like this, if I draw a box on that cube, I can then move that box around the different faces of the cube. I can go to the right, I can continue going right. If I fall down, I can fall underneath the cube. I'm a 2D box on a 3D surface, but it's non-Euclidean geometry. It doesn't make sense on a two-dimensional plane. That's a similar idea of what I'm going for third dimension. Obviously, it's very hard to explain it without a drawing tool. I'll do another drawing demonstration. Essentially, if you have a box like this, you got a box. So if you have a box like this, and you have a character on that box, he can move like this on the box. He can go forward, and then when he gets to the edge, he'll start going on the next side of the box. And he can loop all the way around said box until he finally gets back to where he started again. It's that same sort of idea, but on a cube, but on a tesseract. Instead of the 6 faces of a cube, it's the 8 cubes of a tesseract. You're making a game where you fold a paper airplane so that it travels in a loop and hits all the checkpoints? Also, what the hell? Pros simulating? I am not a pro. I am just someone who likes games. And non-Euclidean geometry. I do like non-Euclidean geometry a whole lot. This was literally, when I heard the theme was looping, this was the first thing I thought of. Like, it immediately jumped out to me. I don't know how. This is not a sign of me being a pro, it's a sign of me having a problem. So we can get rid of rotation detected. Let's go ahead and we get rid of this. Rotation time. Equals rotation time. We can get rid of this. So yeah, now we can go ahead and we can go through rotation time remaining. So if I have rotation time remaining, I'm not checking this step. I can put this inside of here. So I can put this inside of an else statement. Oh wait, no, that is right. Wait, what? Oh, it's assuming it's an else if. Okay, I see. It's being stupid. So now what I can do is, instead of setting its position to 0, first of all, I can change this to rotation time. Yeah, this is moving you to the center. So this probably will be a longer animation than most, because it's going to be complicated because the entire world's going to be shifting out from under your feet. So that's fine for the time. Instead of going to vector free.0, I'm going to want to be going to the opposite side. The opposite side is going to be I might as well just make a vector free here. Target player position equals vector free.0, just so it has a value and it doesn't yell at me. And then we'll have a switch statement. Direction. What? Why is shift enter taking me there? What the hell? Why is it being dumb? Case X. So this is if you've hit the X position, then you're going to have should actually be this times negative or vector free dot right dot left times. Oh wait, no, because of course it can't be that easy. Times new vector free, and we're going to say this is going to be negative 0.9 f and then we're going to be doing 1 and then 1. All right. And then break. Dot mx. And now this is going to be... Oh, wait. This is the same thing. Nice. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, this is literally just the exact same. Why is it using MZ? I don't know why that's why it's autofilling to. Target player position equals player position. I'm confused, but because you aren't using GDScript, but you have Godot open in your taskbar. No, I'm just using .NET. I'm using .NET with C#. So I'm using Visual Studio for the C#. I think it's called the mono version of Godot. To be honest, if you're going to use Godot, I'd recommend using GDScript. I just don't know GDScript as well as C#, which is why I'm using it. I've used some GDScript before, but I don't like it as much as I like C#. With GDScript, you can export to normal. You can export to HT, I think, no, WebGL, that's what it's called. You can export to WebGL, which is very flexible. When you're using mono version, you can only do that in like the earlier versions of Godot. You can't do it anymore. Am I actually almost done with the soundtrack? No. We are not almost done with the soundtrack. I still have another 2 hours of it. 2 hours of color splash music. How fun. Alright, so yeah, we got the direction. We're going... So now we can have it do target player position. So you can see that you go through the world. The world will move, so that's actually fine. Yeah, that box is way too easy to knock around. I don't know if I'm going to have any physics objects because that is very risky. So yeah, it looks like it's working really well. And if you're holding like the other direction, you should basically immediately pop back in, and then you turn back time. I think it can be a little bit faster, honestly. So level radius, I have the level radius correct here at 20. Let's set that to 20, and then we'll set the rotation time to like 1. Let's see how that works. Yeah, I don't want it to be a slow animation, but I also want the player to be able to recognize what's happening, so I don't think I can go much faster than a second. What happens if I jump into a corner? It should just detect one or the other. Yeah, and then my velocity carries me to the other side. Okay, I gotta know. Why is it so big? Oh, wait. If it's times 40, if it was 0.5 before, if it was half a block before. No. I don't get it. This a platformer or a puzzle? It's a puzzle platformer. That's what it is. So it's about half as big as a default cube. So what we want to do is we want to scale this by 0.5. And then we want to scale it by 40. I guess we could just scale it by 20. So this should be one game area. All right, so this is what a tesseract looks like. And what we're going to essentially have to do is make it so a piece of level geometry in here can turn into a piece of level geometry out here. Subdivide a few times for good luck? Why? Yep, I got 3 days left to do this. That's why it's good to make some progress tonight. All right, so that's going to be all right. So now we're going to add a shape key here. See you, Owen. Have a good one. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to do this programmatically. I don't think it's gonna be possible for me to do it not programmatically. Godot, edit, mesh, vertices. Oh wait, no, I do have. Let me. I should make a mesh, some sort of mesh for me to test with. I mean, I guess this mesh works. Okay. So from what I just read, it's best to do this with a height map, or sorry, not a height map. It's best to do this with triangulated shapes. So we'll Control Shift T. So yeah, now what we can do is we can go ahead and wait, what? I thought I deleted the camera in Light. So yeah, this doesn't have a collider. Let's first of all see if we can go ahead and move this. Alright, so what's the best way to describe it? I'll keep this in level rotation direction. I guess W and MW. Okay, so it doesn't let you do. It's not let you do a duo. I guess we can only do it like this. Okay, so we are able to get all the level meshes. I kind of want a terrain modifier. I feel like that should be its own file. I mean, I guess I could make it its own file. So that does give me a mesh. we need a new mesh data tool. I think this is actually a pretty good spot to call it for tonight. This is going to be a very complicated math-heavy section, basically doing massive rotations that I don't know how to do yet. So I think I'm going to put this off for tomorrow. You know, I've been streaming for, what, 4 hours, 5 hours almost. So I think I'm about done for tonight. But tomorrow's my first, it's the first day I'm physically taking for vacation by choice from my job. So I'm going to be here all day tomorrow. So yep. And when I say physically by choice, I mean like I haven't taken any other holidays or vacations that haven't been required. I'm not like being abused or anything by my job. I am still able to take the holidays that are required. But yeah, I think I'm done for tonight. So that there's a lot to do. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.